going to start this Axum backend series. This series we already I already implemented a few concepts about Python and few concepts present in this series in Python fast API. In the previous stream, you can check those stream today. But we will going to cover all this. We'll complete the implementation of the fast API, health API endpoint in fast API, and also we will understood all the concepts that are present here, not in detail, but yes, detail already I explained in previous videos, so I will not going through detail, but yes, I will go through the overview so that we can cover up all the concepts and able to implement the whole thing. Let me update this link in the comment of specific stream. Give me a few seconds. One second, let me also update the let me update once let me update the content, update the thumbnail. So anyhow, we are going to solve in this current stream, we are going to solve work about this fast API thing. So let me check my OBS once. Not OBS. Is there any hissing sound I'm getting, or I'm good? Like, can I can my volume is so I think I'm getting the hissing sound. Let me check this out. Volume is loud as per my thinking. Okay. So the my point is that we will go through all of this concept once overviewly, whatever we understand in previous streams, and then we will go through uh, implementation of this fast API, implementation of this uh, implementation of these endpoints. So let's do this. Today I'm getting lots of views. Hopefully, lots of users are watching this. Let's go. Let me do one thing. Volume. So this specific thing about I'm thinking about this specific thing that what different I can do to understand these concepts and remember it. So that moment I got an what generally what generally happens that when we are trying to implement the concepts, we need to remember it for a long term, right? So the more we implement and the more we learn on the go, the more we will able to understand and even implement it for a long run. Because already I implemented few concepts of these, and still when I'm after a long time when I'm looking into it, I still feeling some issues and about recalling those concepts, and obviously, so if we implement a whole concept in a single time, then it will be more useful. Useful to remember. So let's, I think my thumbnail changed now. Check. Yes, now it's good. Let's go to the concept. So I updated the article link. Please go through this 0x shadow article and its series. It's really good, and it have a series of backend implementation. You can go through this article. It is anyhow implemented in Rust, and anyhow we are implementing it in Python. So let's start it. So I will first go through this article, and I will explain whatever the points you require to explain. I will explain in a simple way. In this series, we are going to learn backend engineering using Axum, a web framework from Tokyo team, and in our case, it is FastAPI. We will able to we will build a single project that will be medium clone. That will be a medium API clone because following the real world API specs. So let's see these ones. This is the project repo of Go Thingstar real world, and this is the project repo link of 0x shadow. Let me ping you this part, this also. I closed it. Give me 1 minute once, just 1 minute. Let me come back. So let's start it. So the prerequisites for it is Rust programming language, basic backend concepts, understand. Okay, let me go into it 1 second. By the end of this series, you are able to build a REST API backend using XAMPP and Rust with authentication, testing, and observability. And in our case, it will be this will be, and for us in the case, we will implement using what? Yeah, in our case, we will implement. I will implement using FastAPI and Python, uh, and we will completely do hands-on with it. And prerequisites programming language, Rust programming language, basic backend concept. By backend concept, I mean understanding what an HTTP request or response is, what a REST API looks like, get, post, put, delete, and basic database uses like select and insert. But we will anyhow will learn on the go everything, even if the new Python concepts came or any other concepts, all these things we will learn on the way. And 1 second. Hmm, hmm. So I mean, for us, like basic Python we need to know. Other than that, nothing else, nothing else is much not required, because anyhow all the concepts whatever it will be required we will going to learn. If you know basic Python, it is enough. Okay, let's understood the project setup. We already did it, but today I want to try in a different terminal. Like I want to create the project from the scratch in this stream, because again it will be remember, like again I will able to brush up all my things whatever I implemented till now. Let's go. Let's install. Let's put Claude once. CLAUD Z. We will not going to use IntelliJ. We will go to Z editor. Let's go. Okay, we can directly install this right in the terminal. So let's install the Z editor. Why I'm using Z editor? Because it will be little bit lightweight for me, because this my system is very lagging for this PyCharm. So Control Shift V, Z, Shift V. Let's check this with Claude. What is the issue? Control Shift V. sudo apt 1 2. Let this curl installed. I think curl is installed now. mm, Run the project terminal, run this line, control shift V. Let's get started. Let's add this into the path. Added. Now let's run the Z, control shift V, and Z. Oh, cool. Let me sign in. I think here my default browser is Chrome. I think that is the issue. Let me create this default settings. Let's go for it. Now let's finish the setup of it. First sign in. Why not this connected? Why it is happening? One second. Close this. Let me check. once again. Let's check the once again. Let me try it out. My GitHub is connected, I think. Now it's good. Can we? Okay, we can try it out, right? Cloud code or something. Let me check. What should be the base key map for it? Get me 1 second. Let me check the base key map. What should be the base key map? Like I understood like base key map, but I just want to know that which one should be the best. No, this is good. This is also little light. No, this is better. Yeah, like it is light, dark. This is purely good. Um, Let me set up open project. Wait. Open project. Let me go to the home. Let me check once which file we are using. Real world fast API. This was the project folder, I think, where it is present. This is the project. Correct. I think we need to go inside. I got it. I got it now. The project is open, and which specific terminal we used. Yes, this is the command line tool. This is the debug panel, agent panel. This is okay. Cool. And they get full. Okay. And this is our main.py. Let's close this. Below FastAPI, everything is open. I think I can zoom in this window, zoom, control plus. No, this is opening my viewing setting view. Open settings, editor. Now I think things are looking pretty better. The size of the theme is a little bit increased. I can able to see everything now. Python is detected, terminal, debug panel, and this. So let me again little bit. still some issues are there. Let me go to the view section. No, settings. Open settings. Now let's increase. Font size is 16. It is good, but this pretty looks a little bit bigger so that we can able to see it properly. Even if I did it like this, it should be clear all these things, right? Now it is best. Done. Now sound will be good, louder, I think so. I did some changes. Okay, let's get started. Hmm, looks better. And let's close this. General editor and project setup done. We already have the requirement.txt. These are the imports already. I this keep already do the process. I will anyhow. I already explained about this concepts in my previous chat, in previous streams, but there are still. If any doubt, please let me know the comment. I will do some updates. Okay. These two files we need to focus now. Mm, okay, cool. Let's go to the minimize this. Yes, setting up the project. Projects are set up already. I done in the previous video, so I don't want to repeat this. You can check out my previous videos from the playlist. You will able to find it. Second part is dependencies. These are the dependencies are also these are the dependencies these are dependencies I use in my project. Below are the um, these are the all dependencies. Let me get you this. So let's discuss from here what the writer written. I will explain what we added and why, but this is how our cargo.yml file would look like. So either copy paste the entire thing or just add those dependencies. So in our case also, please add these dependencies. Please add these dependencies. I will get you these dependencies in the chat. Terminal to be closed. Not here. Let's do one thing. Let me update this dependencies below dependencies for Python FastAPI project will be all the dependencies need to be added. I updated in the chat. Now we will understand what the dependencies writer already added and what are the dependencies we need to, in our case, what we added. So we will understood this. Let's go it. We added Axum as this is the web framework that we are going to use for building an API, and for in our case it will be the FastAPI. I think this FastAPI 0.166. Just not put like this. Let me do it like this. Put this, yeah, it's better. So in this case we need to add Tokyo as Axum. As Axum in is built on top of Tokyo, so we need both. We added Sered JSON. This will help us to create JSON responses as we will return or send JSON responses from our API. In our case, JSON dependency is not required because Python already have the inbuilt libraries for it. We no need to do it. Now let's creating our first web server in Axum. Let me first give you the entire code here, then I will explain everything in detail. From next post onwards, I will give you the GitHub repo from where you get the source code, as we will start working with multiple files and slowly the lines of code. So here it says that it is given, all the code is given. But what we will do, we will implement one by one. How can we like if for our Python FastAPI, we will go one by one. Okay, whatever the concept need to be understood from the Python or FastAPI perspective, we will learn on the go. That we already discussed previously. So let's start. Imports, use Axum, response JSON, routing, get router. Response JSON, as we already discussed, Python have inbuilt library, so we no need the response JSON to send data. For us, our case of the concept will be similar, to send data as JSON. And we are not I think in our case we no need to use this type of import, because already whenever the data needs to be sent, it will be handled by JSON only, but it have the inbuilt library. We are using routing get for our get endpoints. Do we need to import anything? I don't know, we will see. The router is used to let's Google it. Did you need to import anything to use the get endpoints if we already added the fast API library? No, let's check the code once. Let's check the code here. Yes, if you are importing this fast API, import fast API, it is covering all the imports related to get, call and all. It have all the methods and everything, so we no need to import anything else. Well, let's understand routing get for our get endpoints. Router is used to map endpoints to methods. All this done by fast API in our case. Finally, we are using shared JSON value, as this lets us create JSON objects easily, and value is a type that can hold any JSON data objects, array, string, numbers. If you are confused, then don't worry, you will understood there once you understand the entire code. Here it says that JSON objects, when we create JSON objects, shared JSON and value, it will help us to create like this JSON related thing. What will happen generally, JSON objects will be created and value is a type that will hold the JSON data. Okay, JSON objects will be created and JSON data like objects, arrays, strings, this type of data JSON will be take, right? This will be hold by value. Here it is saying in our case I think it may be a little bit different, but overall concept is the same. There also our Python library will create the JSON data and JSON objects, and this JSON data will be handled. So it can be any type of data, objects or arrays or strings or numbers. So the main function signature, you need to understand this part clearly to make sense of Tokio, async, concurrency and parallelism. Tokio, main, async in main. What is Tokio? Why do we need it? Tokio is an async runtime that allows us to do async operations in Rust. But what does that actually mean? To understand that, let's understand what synchronous programming does. Okay, synchronous programming. Here our program executes one instruction at a time. Let's understand this. Before starting the synchronous programming, let me get it clear that don't go with the names, whatever Tokyo or something. I will let you know what is the alternative of the Tokyo in Python case. What are the other libraries we are using instead of for asynchronous programming in Python? I will let you know. And just only remember the name for namesake for now. Then we will know what exactly we are using for Python. Let me let's get started. So what is explaining? Synchronous programming. Here our program executes one instruction at a one time. Let's understand this with simple pseudocode. Here it is saying that function handle request, let data equals to read from database, takes 50 millisecond, programs waits, let result equals to process data, 10 millisecond, programs wait, send response result, take 5 millisecond, programs waits. Okay. um, Here it first read from the database, then process the data and finally sends a response. All this takes around 65 milliseconds. Note that this is only for one request. The problem is if you get 1000 requests, they are handled one after another. Request 1 0 milliseconds to 65 milliseconds. Request 2 65 milliseconds to 130 milliseconds. Request 3 130 milliseconds to 195 milliseconds. Obviously one request is one after one request processing is over, then only next request processing is going on. 1 minute, and this is terrible for the server. So in the synchronous programming, what happening here from the example we can able to understood that every request is taking a certain period of time, and on that period of time programming is waiting. And if we have like 1000 requests, then it will be very terrible for a server. Like one request is executing taking that much amount of time, like, and then when we have that multiple major requests, then we can't wait this many amount of time, right? All are in line now. So there comes the concept asynchronous programming. Let's go what it is saying. With asynchronous programming, when you fit a waiting operation like database calls, file input output, network request, our program can pause that function and work on something else. Let's check here. Pauses here for like await here. Let's the other work happen. CPU work, no pausing needed, and send response wait. While one request is waiting for a database, we can start processing other requests. Then if we have multiple requests, then it will all will take same 50 milliseconds in first case, but here yeah, total 50 milliseconds. And one database done, continuous processing, same 50 millisecond, database done, continuous processing, database done, continuous processing. So here in this case, what is happening, even if we have thousands of requests, it will no program will not stop. So once this will be paused, right? So here it's saying once this will be paused, it will start executing different requests. Okay, start taking care of different requests. So total everything will be completed. All database calls will be completed in 50 milliseconds. Means if we have 1000 requests also, we can cover up it with 65 milliseconds. How it is happen? Obviously, that is a whole. It is in a very detailed topic. We can cover up in a different video, or I think you can check my previous discussions in detail where I explained few insights of this how it is happening. For now, we can understood that like asynchronous programming can handle in this way, in this specific way. So So let's we understood this, like what is the difference exactly happening with asynchronous and synchronous. Let's understand the next concept. What makes operations waiting? Waiting operations are anything that involves going outside our CPU to get data. What does that mean? Network calls, HTTP request, database queries, file input output, like reading, writing files, database operations like select insert operations. So these operations are making the making the waiting CPU wait. Why they are but why they are waiting operations? um, yes, our CPU can only work with the data in RAM. So when data is anywhere else, disk network database our CPU physically waits for it to be fetched. During this waiting time, async lets our CPU work on the other request instead of sitting idle. Okay, in our current server, we do not do waiting operations in our handler, but the server framework does. Waiting for new connection, reading request, data, and sending responses. So we understood that why waiting operations are happening for CPU, because whatever the data present in the RAM, so CPU can only work with the data present in the RAM. So whenever we need something from outside like disk or any network or database request, our CPU needs to be wait and it's not to be handled by something else. You wait for the data, whoever is handling that data. So we can consider OS is handling the data. So we need to wait for the ways to get the data and give it to CPU. So async lets our CPU work in the other request. So instead of waiting, it can work in the other request instead of sitting idle. In our current server, we do not do any waiting. We do not do waiting operations in our handler, but the server framework does. So waiting for new connections, reading request data, sending responses. Uh, so in the current server, okay. So currently it is saying that in current implementation, they are not doing any waiting operations, but in original framework level, it is happening. All these waiting operations are happening. Note: concurrency means dealing with the multiple tasks at once, like juggling. Okay. Concurrency means meeting with the, so there are multiple tasks are there. So one task waiting, so I can juggle to another task. Parallelism means actually executing tasks simultaneously, like multiple people are working. Means there are multiple tasks, so at a time multiple people are working on it. Tokyo provides both concurrency within threads and parallelism across CPU cores. Obviously, so this switching asynchronous operations and all that is happening in threads mostly, and parallelism is the concept which is generally using for the cores, CPU cores. Web servers primarily need concurrency because most of the time is spent waiting for input output operation. Obviously, we understood that web servers are meant to do that type of like websites and all are deployed on that. Websites are meant to do that type of work. So that's the reason web servers are meant to do that specific task and nothing else. So now we understood the concept of asynchronous. So let's understand like what we till now go through it. So what happened? Like here it is saying the concept of here we used a framework called Tokyo, right, in the Rust. So we first need to know what is the framework used for um, used in FastAPI for asynchronous programming. What is the library or dependency used in fast API case for what? In FastAPI case for um, FastAPI case for asynchronous programming. So let's check. For concurrency and asynchronous programming, this is the article. What they use? Async def. Um, some library. Okay. Starlet or async or UVCon. These are the libraries. Python inbuilt library async is there. FastAPI is built on top of Starlet, which is a lightweight asynchronous ASGI. What is the ASGI server? Okay. What is ASGI? Let's check once. Duplicate tab. What is ASGI? What is ASGI in asynchronous programming? Asynchronous server gateway. Okay. So fast API is built upon Starlet. Request response and leaving the user as wait. But UBCon, while it is not a direct dependency for asynchronous programming within application code, UBCon recommended ASGI server for running fast API application. So UBCon we are using to handle the ASGI. Like we are using UBCon. So if you see in our editor, so what specific we did not use it. We ANIO we used ANIO. This is a library, I think so. So here it is written something ANIO we can use where it is written. Okay, it is written where it is written. Somewhere it's written, right? write our own are based on NEO. Starlet and FastAPI are based on ANIO, which makes it compatible with both Python standard library async. So async is a standard library for Python and for asynchronous programming to do. And we understood here one more thing. Starlet also there. So NEO or Charlotte we are using for asynchronous programming. Okay, our library. Let's go back to the concept. So what we understood, that why we require those library to work. As we are working with web servers, and web servers need to handle multiple requests, we need asynchronous programming, because synchronous programming, what will happen, we see in the example, synchronous programming always wait whenever we need any data from outside. As we understood that whenever the data is not present in the CPU, or the data related CPU means the data related to be a network request, database request, or something else, so we need to wait for it. So for synchronous programming, every request will be waited and it will take lots of time, and that is not feasible for a web server, or not good for, not, we can't say that it is a good performant application. Like if we try to if you get one simple example, if I will place one order, if 10 people are placing one order, so if every order we need to wait, then it is not a good application, right? We can't say that this application is good. The same thing happened with here. So that is the reason, because of this asynchronous because of this we require asynchronous programming, and that is availing us to there are libraries in FastAPI like NEO, Starlet, or Unicorn. These are the libraries are present, or async, which is inbuilt on Python inbuilt library. These libraries are present actually to help to do the asynchronous programming. And we understood like how, like for like why we require, and then again we understood like why the waiting is happening, because anyhow the CPU will work with the data in the RAM. Whenever the data is anywhere else like disk, network, or database, we need to be fetched from outside. That makes the CPU wait. Instead of putting the CPU idle, the OS is assigning it to a different request. And then again understood what is the difference, exact difference between concurrency and parallelism. When like let's consider like, instead of a CPU performance, like CPU is working on so let's directly know what is the concurrency means. When a thing, when something which is working on multiple tasks not at a time, but yes, one task at a time, but it is switching to multiple tasks or juggling with multiple tasks, means concurrency. When means a CPU, here if you see CPU, one task is coming, when it is waiting, instead of waiting, it is picking different tasks and working on it. But let's consider like parallelism happening, means like multiple people are working, means so for example we think like, if we have, for example, we for 3 tasks to handle, let's consider a hypothetical example, this should not be a correct example. We have 3 CPUs, for example, let's say 3 CPUs are working on 3 tasks, so this we called as parallelism. Okay, but here we understood that CPU have the cores, and then we understood CPU have the cores and concurrency happening with threads. So CPU have multiple cores, so multiple cores are handling multiple tasks. Okay, and I want to add one point, inside the cores we have multiple threads. Okay, so threads mostly when handling with one task, so for a thread when handling one task, instead of waiting, it is handling again different tasks. CPU itself is not working, inside CPU the threads are working, right? So this is a little bit complex, so let me get it clear. Only we need to understand the concept that instead of make the CPU waiting, we don't want the CPU to wait. Okay, so and we can consider that inside CPU threads are there, so we don't want the thread will be wait, so we assign to pick a different task till the output came. When the output came, then it will go back and it will pick that specific task. And parallelism means CPU have multiple cores, and multiple cores handle multiple different type of tasks. So web servers primarily need concurrency because most of the time spend waiting for input output operations. So instead of thread waiting for that specific output, it can start working on different tasks. Correct? So I think this is done. And uh, so why Tokyo macro is necessary? Rust main function is synchronous by default. Okay. So we understood, like, so it is saying that when this is their implementation. So but we need async capability, but here we need to understand that, but we need async capabilities for our web server. Definitely the Tokyo macro enables it to be sync, or else we have the async queue, or other different Starlet or Unicorn that helps us to handle in the, like, Unicorn is for running, I think. Even there are multiple different libraries are there, I think we have, right? Let's go back once. We have Starlet, async or Unicorn. There are three different libraries are there which will able to handle all this asynchronous operation. So here creating the router. Okay, now we need to first, let's understood how they implemented. Let's go through, then we will start implementing the thing. Let's get some break before starting going through the router. Let's take a break for 5 minutes. Let's come back. Let's go to the specific hmm. So we are creating a table, right? Hmm. Creating a router. So let's get the code first, detail code. Oh, not like this, not like this. Hmm. So let's go here. Here we can see that what I'm doing here. Okay, we are creating the router here. So let's app router. This is creating the router. So what router is doing? We are creating routing table that will map our URLs to functions like /health to health check endpoint. So router mostly map, we have the endpoints like /health check, that is mapping to the functions. So when we call that health check endpoint, that specific function will be execute, right? Router.new creates an empty router with no routes defined. Okay, then we use this endpoint, this method to add /health route that can only support get method. And when a user will request the health endpoint with a get method, our router will call this health check function and returns whatever the function returns. If we'll change the get health check to post and restart the server and request in your browser, you will get it will fail. To check the reason, open the network tab and you will open the network tab and you will the server will return. You will see the server will return with the status of method not allowed. Okay, now they have a network binding. This is, we are creating a listener that will actually receive HTTP request on port 3000. We are using the port 3000 as this is a common development port. Starting the server. First we are printing the message. They will say that server is running. That is actually start the server loop. The awesome server listener app uses listener to get actual socket where actual socket where the receives the HTTP request, and it also uses app, that is our router, who knows how to handle those requests like health endpoint and should like health endpoint should execute the health check execution. So what we understand here, here you understand two things. One, network binding. Here listener are used to receive HTTP request on port 3000, the specific port, whatever the port we are using, whatever the request that get from the client side. And this line basically we are like this line here, what, and then we are starting the server. So this server using listener to get the actual socket. So we understood here the socket will receive the HTTP request, and it also uses app, so that our router who knows how to handle the request like /health should execute health check endpoint. Okay, the handler function. This function defines that what defines what will happen our so in above we understood that when the server will call, first thing the listener will listen, and listener's task is to get the actual socket where the HTTP request is received, and also its task, also this server will use the app that will execute the health check method, helping function. Now we can see handler function means this is the actual health check function, what it is doing. This function defines what will happen when our router will call. Health check function for the endpoint /health. Okay. When router will call health check function from the endpoint /health, we call this kind of function as handler functions. Okay, and we are making this function an async function so that it can be paused or resumed. So here are a few questions, like why are we calling this type of function a handler function, right? So what is handler function? Let's understand what is handler function. What is handler function in web socket, web service, let's put. So my question, did we call every function, the handler function when it is associated with a URL, with a endpoint? Let's understood this. Okay, so here it is clearly written that a single handler can have multiple endpoints and each endpoint can contain different parameters. So whenever a, like we understood, like whenever a function is associated with the endpoint, right, we will calling them the handler function. Okay, we are making this function as async function so that it can be paused or resumed, allowing other requests to process while this one runs. So these have only one endpoint, so one request is coming now. So for example, maybe same URL call for a different request. So like maybe I don't know, like same, I don't know, here maybe multiple endpoints. Let's consider there are multiple endpoints. Okay, so the whole program can stop, right, if this function is getting some data from the outside, right? So if this particular method is doing something endpoint, so we can, even if the next request came, it can switch to different request, right? So that's the reason we are making this type of function async function. This is clear that async function, we did this type of function because somebody can call a different type of request, right? So in an actual case we can get a different type of request. So if you get different type of request, so those requests, to handle those type of request, we need to make this specific request the handle function, right? We can make this, we want to make this type of um, functions, this type of functions asynchronous. So let's understood. Okay, we can call these kind of functions as handler. We are making these functions an async function so that it can be paused or resumed. Clearly it's saying allowing other requests to be processed while this one runs. Correct. For example, this particular method is running if we have multiple endpoints. If another request came, so this, because of this is pausing, and this is expecting some data from somewhere else, so other requests will not be go on hold. What it consists of: JSON value is the return type, and it means return JSON data, and the JSON can contain any valid JSON value. So what is the use of JSON, right? JSON return type is the return type, and it means return JSON data. We are expecting JSON data, and this JSON can contain any valid JSON value. It can be object, array, string, number, boolean, and null. So any type of JSON value to handle, and we need to return the JSON type of data. So that's the reason we are recording JSON. JSON wrapper, a JSON method, okay, is a wrapper that tells Aksam to set the content type application slash JSON header. Okay, there is a wrapper also there, that is JSON wrapper, which is saying the framework to set the content type and application JSON header, serialize the data to JSON string, and set appropriate HTTP status. So content type need to be added, okay, in the JSON header. So to serialize the data to JSON string, serialize the data to JSON string means, like, suppose we are getting a normal type of data, right, object, array, string. To convert it to a JSON string, JSON type, we need this header, and also we need to add the specific status. Whatever the status we want to add, we need to set that status. And this is this creating the JSON object, that creates JSON object. Okay, now below they are testing our basic server, cargo rot run. You should see this. These are the server running commands. You should see server running. You now open another terminal and run this specific health endpoint. Message server is running. Let's understand what happened, what we made the request when we run. So the TCP listener received the HTTP request. Okay, some parses it into method get path slash health. router looks up slash health plus get and finds health check function. Okay, JSON wrapper creates proper HTTP response sent back through TCP connection. Okay, TCP listener receives the request. Okay, there are, what are the processes happening exactly? TCP listener receiving the request. Okay, the listener is called TCP, and then okay, anyhow it is what the request, it is mapping to get method and mapping get method and slash help point. Then this will finding the health check method, sorry, health check method, and health check function runs, and then this wrapper creates that HTTP response. Whatever the response, when we send a request, we are sending it back as a we always see, when if we generally know that whenever we are sending the request, so whenever we are sending the response, it is in a JSON structure. So to get the to send the JSON structure, this so this JSON wrapper is responsible for sending the proper HTTP response. And here we understood that what are the processes happening. So first it will be responsible for returning JSON type, and and JSON value can contain anything like object or arrays or string. And also it's it will this content type application slash header will be attached with this, which will do when the normal string coming to, so when we are sending the request, when we are getting the request, we are getting it as a normal like if we see the any request or response, like let's say, let's go to the any like JSON request. Let's see. Any images are there? So here we are creating here we are giving all these values in a string. When we are sending the bodies in a string, no, not this, not this, I don't have any. Let's go here, we can check how the request response is looking in JSON. This is plot. Basic request and response. Show me. So this is the normal, we can say that this is a this have like this is the strings are going, and this is the response rate. Request is request call. So if when we are sending, we are calling this URL. Also we hit this URL from our postman or something, we are getting this response which have ID and everything. but these values present in our database everything is a string. Okay, and string or classes or as a array or anything. So what generally doing, so what it is saying here, hmm. So what it is saying here, so when it is getting all the types, and obviously it is converting into the proper type, and then so it is attaching all this, or it is capable of handling all this object arrays and string and number, any type of data whatever it is handling. It is adding this application slash json header, um, and setting this http status request. When it is sending the request, sending the response to the client side, there, because of this status response application slash json, it is converting everything, all whatever the data is coming, data it have like in any type, it is converting to the json type, and then it is showing us the response. So here it do the same thing. When this health check api executes, this wrapper, these objects will be created, and it will handle the it will create the proper http response, and it will response will, then the response will send back to the tcp connection. So this is the overall this is the oh, thing. Okay, so now the response will be and then the response will be sent back to the tcp connection. So this is the overall thing happening when this health endpoint, this when this health end when we are executing this command. So we will now try to implement it in python, sorry, in FastAPI, and let's see like how it is how it is, how we can, how it is happening in FastAPI. let's discuss this point. So here it says something, right? So whenever, so this first here what happening, right? uh, when the cargo run command is running in for the rust, in case of rust, for example, let's take like when the command is running, the server is, this server is started, right? And this server this port is started, and this specific health url call happen, and then we get this response. Okay, so let's understood in detail that when we running this url, whatever the request is coming from the client side, means when we running the get url, this is the get url, this get url called. uh, so this specific request is received by the listener. Obviously listener will get it from the port, because port have it, and then the request will parse into this into method get and this path slash health. What does it mean? Like, what is the meaning of parsing? First we'll understand. Let's understand the meaning of parsing first. Let's create one project and let's give it name new project. Sorry, already project. What is the meaning of parsing in web URL context? In web URL. No, on this. No, just say me the meaning of parsing. Read and understand the structure of the data. And what the statement says, Axum parses it into method, parses it into method get, and is the meaning of this. Here parse meaning is require separates it into two pieces, method get and path. Parse means it reads the request and it separated method now method have get and structured way. Okay, so it received this request, and we have here two things, like one is url and one is get method. So now it structured it into like this: one have method get, one will have method get, and path and endpoint. Whole URL two parts, one is method part and one is path. So path consists of now health and method consists of get. So then what happened? Router looks up slash health plus get, okay, and finds health check. Obviously health check method it will find. Then health check method, as we already know, this URL health URL will map to this health check method. Then health check method will run. When this method will run, after the method will done, then the health check method will run. Then wrapper creates proper HTTP response. This JSON wrapper creates proper HTTP response. Let's understood the use of JSON in Python. So use of JSON in FastAPI. No. When you need to send data from a client, let's say browser, to your API, you send it as a request body. A request body is a data sent by the client to your API. So let's go through it. What it says. Let me understand what. Let me go through it. What it says. It says here, when we need to send, when we are sending data from browser or postman, client side, sending data from the client side, meaning we are sending from the browser or postman to the endpoint, means to the API. So we called it as a request body. Means when you are sending the request, so means we are sending some type of some body we are sending, or some values we are sending in the request, right? So that specific request we call as request body, and that we are sending from a browser or a postman like that to our API. And whatever the response we will get, we call it as a response body. So if you see the example, this is called request. This have maybe some headers will be added. This has the request body, it have some headers or something, and this is the response body. Okay, so let's understood this. So here, that only I say, that only I show you when I show you the JSON here get related. Whenever, like every time API need to send us the response body, but every time we no need to send us the request body, like this type of body. If you consider, we no need to send every time. Sometimes we can only show the path URL or some query parameters, like I told, some headers, basic headers we showed. So I will show you how it looks like, how the query parameters and all, we will understood all these things. as we read in the prerequisite, we need to understood post, put, delete, patch. So we can send data to the API by any method. Only one get is implemented here, but we can use any method like post or put, delete, patch, anything. One statement said, have some confusion. Okay, sorry. So it is saying that generally we don't send any body, right, with the get request. So if you are, it is not a correct behavior, it is an undefined behavior, it is saying. And fast API is supporting it only for very complex and extreme use cases, okay, not for all use cases. So generally with get request we only send some headers or parameters. We send some parameters. Other than that we don't send any other things, any, no, not send any body or anything. It is saying that Swagger UI also do not support this, uh, not show any documentation for this if the get is having the body, and proxy is also not supported with it. This is saying that get, mostly we can understand the get don't require any body for now. So here only based on response is explained. Mm, okay, here something written. We just how a request response handled in FastAPI. Explain the use of request. Explain the use of JSON library, JSON in request and response. Okay. In web API, in FastAPI. In fast. Yeah. This is a health endpoint. Okay, what happened? See the Medium article. If anything, we will found about where it is clearly explaining. Let's go through it. It is saying that FastAPI actually handling all the HTTP request, because directly Python functions are we are using for as request handlers. If you see the here the read item, it is a Python function only, and fast API, whenever the whatever the URL is called, when it matches to this function, then obviously it will call that function, and it will automatically managing the request, and when whatever the relevant data to which specific function, fast API only managing all the process. Sign up. No. Let's see. This one. Let me check more. Mm, let me check it. In JSON, in request and response. In web API. On this one, we are thinking about JSON, how the use of JSON in APIs and all. Some article. We're searching. I'm searching about JSON. Working of JSON in question. JSON library. JSON library in request and response. Fast API. check JSON library. What is JSON? Manage JSON data. I think this specific may be explained about Python JSON data. So we understood what JSON do, right? I think we understood the what JSON do, right? There are three operations happening. One is um one second. There are three different operations happening. There are three different operations happening. One is returning JSON type, returning the correct type, right? That is returning the JSON data, and but returning JSON data means from objects, array, string, number, boolean, and null, converting into JSON type and returning the JSON data. This is one operation, and second operation is application slash JSON. So when the response we are sending, also we when we are sending the response, there we are setting the header and converting the normal string to convert serialize the data, obviously converting normal type of data to JSON string, and setting off HTTP status. So these two operations happening, right? Basically, whenever the JSON data is coming, it is converting into the normal object, array, string, number. Then when the validation and everything done, and it is again returning the JSON type of data, including it is adding response. I think it is adding headers like application slash JSON, and also it will convert and set the proper HTTP status. This process is happening. So let's ask the question. We can ask the question that how JSON is converting, like what is the method, or who is handling this operation, JSON operation. I think this article clearly explain everything. Let me take a break of 5 minutes, then only we will continue with this article. long break of 16 minutes. Let's start it. Let's minimize this. Let's start it. So yeah, what is JSON? JavaScript. JSON we call a JavaScript object notation. So JSON is used for mostly data exchange in many programming languages like Python. But why? Because its syntax is simple and it can handle any complex data structures. That is the reason JSON are used in web development and APIs and web applications. So serialization, deserialization, reading and writing JSON files, formatting and more. And of this tutorial, understand JSON advantages and disadvantages, identify use cases for JSON, tips, serialize and deserialization data effectively, work with JSON data in Python languages, language, format JSON data in Python JSON library, mention. So overall, we can understood after reading this article, we'll understood what are the use cases mostly of the JSON and how the JSON in API serialize and deserialize. We understood the meaning and how it is happening, how JSON is doing Python to JSON data and all these things, and also how it is used in how it is exactly worked in API development. Let's go through it. Interchange. This is then in terms of digital format support structures. So as we understood that we called it as a JSON object notation and it is language independent, and whenever we require a simple easy format where it can support any type of complex data structures, because every programming language have different data structures, right? Data structure, there are multiple data structures out there. And where we want to then we definitely use JSON. And why we use JSON? What is the use of JSON? To exchange data between web applications such as website and backend server, right? That means it takes the requests from websites or Postman or something client side, and it will for processing it takes the request and processing use it for processing and any type of work any type of server, any type of processing in the backend, and then it is returning back the response to the client, like you can say the response to the browser. You can say like when you're adding the cart and when you are seeing that one item added, we are sending some request, okay, add item, it is checking that this item is present or not, and then it is okay, this item present, it validates and everything, and then it will show us like okay, one item added. So this is the overall use case. An idea for the scenario because why we are using JSON, because we have XML also, because it is a lightweight and efficient format which requiring less bandwidth and storage space. So yeah, that is a very easy, less bandwidth and storage space than XML. So like XML type of formats, it is a much lightweight. So everywhere you see that it is a lightweight, because of that JSON is using, and it supports complex data structures like nested objects and arrays, which make it easy to exchange data between different systems. So finally it able to handle the major thing is that obviously major backend operations, we have more type of complex data structures, and different language have different level of complexity, so it can able to handle that. That is the reason we are using, and also right away that is the reason we are using JSON. By using JSON, systems and applications are communicating with each other. Okay, here also we got one more point, that if you have different applications like which have different type of programming languages, so exchanging data between them also it is making it easier. So this is good. Hmm. So popular packages JSON data have JSON built-in Python package, provides methods for encoding and decoding JSON data, simple JSON, UJSON. Okay, here we understood JSON serialization and JSON deserialization. What is it? JSON serialization and deserialization. So serialization and deserialization mean converting JSON data to other formats, and I thinking same like Python objects and strings, and also vice versa like Python objects and strings to JSON data. Yes, serialization mean that only, like convert normal to JSON structure, right? So if you remember here we read one more line, right? Serialize the data to JSON string and set appropriate HTTP. So when doing processing in the backend, right, it get a string or something, that type of data structure thing, then it is returning, it is serializing that part. Because of this wrapper only, it is able to serialize it, and means convert it to the JSON string, and also it is adding this header and this status also. So serialization, JSON serialization technique mostly used to transmit data between application or different programs also. So when we send from the request also we are sending a JSON object, right? And then it is doing some processes on it, right? It is validating everything. So it will directly not validate the JSON type, right? If item name is there in JSON structure, it can't validate. So it needs to divide itself. So if we see here, this JSON type of path we sent, right? It divided it into if here if we'll see, get that JSON path, and it divided it into deserialized into method. It takes, okay, this is a method properly structured, it parses it into method, and we found the method as get, and um, path as slash health, right? So that it is saying here that deserialization means when we are receiving any, like I told you, right? When you are clicking on add cart, so a JSON structure is going, okay, about the item name, quantity, everything, and these all are validating. So before validating, it is converting it into a proper data structure, right? Into Python objects or arrays or strings or even integer type, anything. So it is converting it, then doing validation. Wait. Yes. So when you are receiving any request from the socket, that needs to be deserialized into proper data structure, that is doing by um, JSON, so that we can validate those, and then again serial send, while sending the response we are serializing it into a proper JSON string and sending it to the client side. Okay, let's now understood the working of the request and response in fast API. Let's search that. Read article is there. Not request and response. I am thinking working of not working exactly. I want to say how to. No. So let's go one by one. We understood the JSON, what the JSON is doing, right? And wait, till now what we understood. Let's take it. Let's take understood that we understood that what JSON is doing. And then we understood what is the work of the JSON. So Python it have one library definitely. Second thing we understood that JSON related serialized and deserialized we understood means like we understood in the API case, API and client side server case web API what the JSON is doing and why we are using JSON, not anything else. So that we understood. So let's get one example of get request and let's ask the questions like what are the parts, like how the request get request is converting into the proper JSON. Correct. Oh, let's get one example of Python. Okay. No, no, no. Let's get this. Get me HTTP get request and response or a item. Let's check that. So here we have the get request. What is happening? What is happening when a get request done from client in API, client side, and what it consists of. Hmm. Yes, let's overview of HTTPS. Okay, what a get HTTP request consists of and how does it work, right? Let's see. Let's do it here. No, not this, not this. Okay. And developing software to use an API the client wants to be. Let's go through this article once. How HTTP request and response have, like, then we'll understand what get request consists of, and then how the JSON plays the get role. We can create a whole map on it. API requests are essential for using and developing software to use API to the server. APIs are essential for using and developing software to use to serve this request. So here we are saying the application program interface, how it is activated, and we called API the server and us when the request was sending as a client. So when we do the API call, the server will activate. So here it said that how what we are doing mostly. So the application program interface API, which you called API, when we call that, means when we send some request, the API server will activate. For example, here taken that weather information, we need some weather information, we are building something. So if we if we coded the thing properly, and we from the internet, if we and also we need to get the proper one free API URL for weather APIs URL, and we what we did, just we call that, like we call that API, and second. So when we where I left out, yeah. So when we need some, what I'm saying that we need some weather information. We are working to build on some specific app related to weather. Okay, so but we need the weather forecasting information. So just imagine that we have the weather API present, freely weather API present. So we need to integrate it. So what we need to do, we need to just code it properly and send the proper request and proper URL we need to call, and successfully, if everything is correct, then successfully the connection will happen and we will get the API, we will get the weather forecast data from the provider. This is it, like just call the URL with specific whatever the what type of what with the correct information for that specific request, means that specific URL, and if everything is correct, the success, we will get the success message with the proper body or response. That we understood, right? Let's go and understood like how does it work. So what I understood that whenever we call API or we send some request, the response always depends upon the API protocols, and the API protocols are we currently mostly used as REST, representational state transfer. So, and this is most commonly used, and it have two protocols, HTTPS and HTTP and HTTPS. So we can say the protocols means like what's the meaning of protocols? Let's get what is the meaning of protocols. What do you mean by mean and use of protocols? Mean and use of protocols. What is protocol and network protocol definition? Okay, let's go for it. So protocols is a set of rules for formatting and processing data. So that only I'm saying. So to communicate with the software and hardware, we need some set of rules, and this set of rules should be followed to transfer the data, right? We are using this HTTPS and HTTP and HTTPS to transfer the data, right? So all the request and response, whatever is going, it is going through this, right? So this protocol, these rules need to be followed to call a REST API or to get the response from the REST API. So it consists of endpoint, URL, status line, HTTP method, parameters, query parameters, headers, and request body. So what is URL? Address for the API. URL we know, that specific method will call, right? Status line, HTTP method, path and query parameter, HTTP version used. Okay, HTTP method, which type of, what operation we want to do, get, post, put and delete, which type of operation we want to do. Parameters, it is saying that path parameters means which type of path or which type of resources we are requesting. We will see in the examples. Query parameters means so it is saying that okay, we will understood path parameters, query parameters later. Just to it have path and query parameters, and its path parameter work is to when to identify path it will help which exact type of path, and query parameters what exact resources you want and how responses will be sorted, like how exactly it is happening we will see, like how it looks, and path parameters and parameter we will see it later. Headers consist of, like we see that that headers consist of anything like that slash content type, that is one type of header. Authorization authentication type of headers also there. And obviously body, when we are sending post or put request we need to send some body, right? Oh, this that's fine, like we just give the overview of the API, what it consists. Let's see different type of. How HTTP request work. So let's I think we have a request and we need to understood that what are the things. Let's go here. What HTTP request contains. Structure of HTTP request. How HTTP request work. Request methods. Request line. This article is not. I need some resources. Some other day will understood this, but let's go by this basic request. See, this is the URL. This is the host name, authorization, accept. So we are sending all these values, right, as a request or as a GET request. What is happening in the backend that we need to know? So we need to ask the question, how HTTP GET request work and converting to JSON to JSON. In FastAPI. We will consider this in the next stream. Just for this path, I need to think about it, like how we can approach this part. What are these lines? First line is obviously the get URL and the host name. What is the host name here? api.store.com. Authorization, obviously. Like, as we know, to access specific URLs, we need some type of authorization, right? Without that, we can't. What is accept application slash station is doing? What is this content type is doing? These are the questions, right? So we need to understand, like, when we are sending a request, like get call is doing, what is happening? What fast API is doing with that specific thing? So what fast API is doing with the get call, right? How fast API is handling the get call. Let's see it. Here it is saying that when, for example, consider that we are building a social media product, and we have like website and mobile app, and both of them will be use my API. So they can both work, like website and app can work in a same way. So here it is saying that in this case, API is the client, which API allowing client to send the data, and then process it and store in a database or send email, or and also respond to the some other data. It is saying here. So what are the first steps? So let's consider like one API we are building to publish the post. So what can we do? Like, so from the client side, client website or mobile app, it can send some request, and we need to validate and store in the database, and we need to respond some message, right? Yes. And if you think like what are the data client is sending in this specific case, it's he's sending users names and their post, obviously, and both of these are text. So here it is saying that from where the user getting their username, it is not mandatory. It is not, you don't need to think about it. You just think about, you get the name and what post intends to write, and publish it. When they publish, it will execute that, it will publish and give them the response back, right? So fast API, it is saying that it depend upon the pydantic library. What is pydantic library in fast API? First, let's understand that. What pydantic library do in fast API? What pydantic library used for? Is it a Python JSON library? FastAPI relies strongly on the pedantic library. The pedantic library is a data validation library that can turn type hints into runtime validation loops. Oh, runtime validation loops. Please take a JSON library. Pedantic library, which is Python inbuilt JSON library. Let's check here. Alright. Let's check that did if Pydantic is a JSON library, because already we have in Python its own inbuilt JSON library. Then why we need again Pydantic, the third party library? That is my question. Is Pydantic a Python JSON library? It's not a primarily JSON library. It is a data validation settings management library. Okay. Then I don't know. What is the use of identity, man? It is saying that it is a, so what is identity library? Let's go to identity. Let's understand this. The most widely used data validation library for Python. So my question is, identity do data validation when request came from came, but before that, who do the conversion of JSON to objects, arrays, etc. The JSON library first converted, then all the validation was done by Pydantic, right? Then, so that means Pydantic is to model the different bits of data user might send to create the model, create a file called Pydantic to model the different bits of data a user might send to create the model, create a file called model/post.py. We read about Python. We understood that Pydantic do data validations, right? So what is happening? So till now we understood that when we call the endpoint, client will send data that will be converting into obviously objects or arrays or anything. And if validation happen and if everything good, it again convert back to the JSON with the status code and all. It will show the response messages. Okay. So let's wrap up to this, right? Like by remembering that, okay, Pydantic do the data validation. Before that, JSON is handling all these. JSON is converting it. Okay. Mm, the conversion is done by the JSON. Already we know about what JSON is doing: serialization and deserialization of data in client side. Obviously, before that, it is doing serialization because obviously okay, it is deserialization. When we are receiving a JSON structured data, we need to convert it back to which type of data we are converting it back to, anyhow, objects and arrays, and then we are doing all the data validation and all on it. So we will continue from there, like we will understand the Pydantic and in the next stream, and then we will continue, then we will understood what is what JSON is doing there, like JSON library is doing there, and what is the Pydantic is doing there. Okay, when the request is coming. Okay, so from there we will continue. Thank you for watching the stream. We'll continue the next topic in the next stream.